All right, friends, welcome. Hello. My name is Hillary. We're going to be doing a quick 30-minute martial arts workout at the part of Jefferson Giving Day. Thank you so much for being here. As we're going through this workout, listen to your bodies. Scale up, scale back as it makes sense to you. Again, thank you for being here. Let's start off with some big cleansing breaths. One more breath here. Take a deep feet back. 4, 3, 2, two-handed. Move the elbows up, fast as you can. 4, 3, 2. Bring it to bob and weave. Arms are up and ready. Side to side. Imagine there's a clothesline. You're dipping underneath. Arms are up and ready. We're going to add to it. Double it up. Couple more. One more time. Big breath. And we're going to take it to the speed bag on the second side. Four, 3, 2. Take it up to two-handed. Elbows nice and high, fast as you can go. 4, 3, 2. One more deep breath here. Bob and weave again. We're dipping. Again, visualize that clothesline. Dip underneath it. We're going to move forward and back. Arms are always up and ready to protect your face. One more time, up and back. We're going to come to a neutral stance, rotate. All of our punches come from this rotation. 4, 3, let's throw some jabs. Straight forward. Rotation from the foot. Knuckles on top. Thumb is outside the hand, right? Get ready. Stick to one side. 4, 3, 2. Switch sides. Again, just straight down the center. It's all about the rotation. 2 more sets each side. Rotating all the way from the foot. One more each side. One more. Bring it on back up. Deep breath. Boxer shuffle. We're going to go back up to the top. Speed bag. 4, 3, 2. We're going to take that speed bag mid-level. One arm up to protect my face. Fast as you can go. Always ready to move. 3, 2, 1. Take it low. Like you're fighting a garden gnome. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bob and weave. How we doing? Starting to wake up a little bit? So I got my little bob and weave. We're going to go back to doubling it up. Couple more. One more each side. And I'm going to add cross. Cross the body. Two more each side. One more each side. We're going to take it back to that neutral stance. We're going to remember which side we did our speed back, right? So we did our jab. Let's start rolling back the shoulders. Get ready for an uppercut. Warming up the shoulders for an uppercut. Again, it's all the way from the foot. We're checking them under the chin. Knuckles on top. 4, 3, 2. Let's stick to one side. 4, 3, 2. Switch. Again. And switch. 2 more sets each side. One more set each side. One more set. Boxer shuffle, clear it out. Second side, speed bag. Keep that heart rate up. 4, 3, 2. To mid-level. Always ready to move. 4, 3, 2. Let's take it low. Fight that garden gnome. 4, 3, 2. One more time. Knee march. Drive that knee up. Pull their head down. Grab them on the back of the head. Pull their head down. Drive up that knee. Boom. 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 Like you mean it. Drive it up. Boom. Boom. 2 more each side. 1 more each side. Knee front kick. Knee front kick. Switch. Drive it up. Kick it. Pull it down. Arms are ready. Pull it down. Arms are ready. 4, 3, 2. 1 more each side. Bob and weave. We're going to go forward and back. 4, 3, 2. Let's take it to a staggered stance. Now I got one foot in front of the other. It's a different stance. Rotation. Again, all our punches come from this. Jab, cross, uppercut from the back. Jab, cross, uppercut from the back. Front arm, back arm, bring them up under the chin. One more nice and slow. Let's speed it up. One more. One more time. Jab, cross, uppercut, bob and weave. We're going to take it to the other side. Same thing. We start with our upper body rotation. Let's work it out. Jab, cross, uppercut from the back. Jab, cross, uppercut from the back. One more, nice and slow. Jab, cross, uppercut. Speed it up. Going at your feet. Going at your speed. Right down the center, and then check them under the chin. 2 more. One more time. Bob and weave. We're gonna add to it. Coming back to our staggered stance. We're gonna add that knee front kick. Here we go. Jab, cross, uppercut, front kick. Same thing, same side. Jab, cross, uppercut, knee, front kick. You ready? Speed it up. Going at your pace. One more. One more time. Bob and weave. The other side. Exact same thing again. Jab, cross, uppercut, knee, front kick. One more nice and slow. Oh, it's funky town. When you're ready, speed it up. So again, I'm getting them right down the center, under the chin. 4 more. One more time. Back to our knee march. How are we doing? Woo! Drive up that knee. Pull down their head. Two more like this. And then we're gonna add to it. We'll hold on one side. One more each time. Here we go, hold it here. Drive that knee up. 4, 3, 2. Back to our knee march. 2 more each side. 1 more each side. And then we're gonna hold on this leg. 4, 3, 2. Back to your knee march. 2 more sets each side. First leg, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, knee march. Woo! 1 more. Last time. Other side. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. We're taking out the knee march. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, switch. 4, 3, 2, switch. 1 more set each side. 4, 3, 2, last time. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bob and weave. Woo! We're coming back to our rotation in our staggered stance. We're going back to our combo, and we're adding to it. Jab, cross, uppercut. 3, 2, 1. Kick away. Again. Jab, cross, uppercut. 3, 2, 1. Kick. You ready? Let it rip. 3 knees. One more set. You're a pro at this now. Bob and weave. Let's take it to the other side. Same thing. Jab, cross, uppercut. 3, 2, 1. Jab, cross, uppercut. 3, 2, 1. Ready? Keep it up. 2 more. One more time. Bob and weave. Just taking it back to that double. Cross. A few more sets each side.
Every time that I fall in, even when I'm in so deep,
one more set each side. Come on back to your rotation. How we doing? Shall we work on another punch? Bring it up. Rotate back in. Bring it up. Elbow and level. This is our hook. So I'm not in and around. I'm coming up. Rotation. And then retract. Up. Rotate. Retract. Up. Rotate. Retract. Go back and forth. 4, 3, 2. One more each side. We're going to hold it. 4, 3, 2. Switch. Get them on the side of the head. Sets each side. Remember that nice straight line from elbow to wrist. Last time. Bob and weave. We're going to throw in a hook to our combination. Jab, cross, uppercut. 3, 2, 1. Front kick, hook. Yeah. Just throwing in a finishing move there. Jab, cross, uppercut. 3, 2, 1. Front kick. Come on back in. Boom. All right. Let's keep that up. Boom. Boom. One more time on this side. Bob and weave. Same thing, other side. Jab, cross, uppercut. 3, 2, 1, kick, hook. One more time, nice and slow. Jab, cross, uppercut, knee, kick, hook. Now you can do that hook to the head, or you can come down, get it right in the side. Let's speed it up. Two more. One more time. Bob and weave. All right, here's what we're gonna do next. How we're gonna culminate this combo. I'm gonna go back and forth. Do my combo, bob and weave and switch. Here we go. Jab, cross, uppercut. Kick, bob and weave, switch. Jab, cross, uppercut. 3 knees. Kick, hook. Going at your pace. Focusing on the form. each side. Bob and weave the split. One more each side. One more time. Woo! Forgot about my arm. I was getting ahead of myself. Back to that center rotation. How we doing? We're gonna make it a little bit more simple. We're gonna do 4 jabs, 4 uppercuts, 4 hooks. We're gonna crisscross. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Uppercut. 4, 3, 2, hook. 4, 3, 2, crisscross. Same thing other side. 4, 3, 2, 1. Uppercut. 4, 3, 2, hook. 4, 3, 2, crisscross the feet. Let's speed it up. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. Switch sides. 4, 3, 2, 1. Lots of core work here. More sets each side. It would help if I remember my pattern. One more set each side. One more time. Hold that crisscross. Gonna add a punch. You're almost done with the cardio. Four, 3, 2, bottom wave. Take it back. Pick it up. Catch your breath. One more thing to work on. Bring this foot out. It's their base, it's their chamber. My target. 4 more. 4, 3, 2. We're going to turn it into a stomach kick. Up, and down. Up, out, in, and down. Nice and slow. 2 more. One more time. Kick and tap. Kick and tap. Kick and tap. 4, 3, 2. One more time. Bob and weave. We're going to do the exact same thing on the other side. Catch your breath. Turn that foot out. Chamber. This is my target. I'm looking at my target.
All these things that
4, 3,
took for granted.
2. I'm going to turn it into that side kick. Up, out, in, and down. Up, straight with the heel. Ooh, I got a hamstring issue. One more time. Kick and tap. Four, 3, 2. One more time. Bob and weave. The last thing we're gonna work on is going back and forth with those side kicks. 4, 3, 2. Come back to your center rotation. We're gonna do 4 jabs, side kick. We'll do 4 jabs, side kick. Let's go nice and slow. 4, 3, 2, 1. Rotate open, side kick. Back to your center, other side. 4, 3, 2, 1. Rotate open, side kick. And again. 4, 3, 2, 1. Rotate open, side kick. Same thing. 4, 3, 2, 1. Rotate open, side kick. One more each side, nice and slow. 4, 3, 2, 1. Rotate open, side kick. Don't worry about how high it is. One more nice and slow.
We've lost. The hugs.
We're gonna speed it up. Here's where we're gonna finish it. 4, 3, 2, 1. Side kick.
All these things that
4, 3, 2, 1.
we've lost dancing. We've lost dancing. If I can live through
4 more.
lost dancing this next 6 months, lost dancing day by day.
2 more.
Lost dancing. If I can live through this
Last time.
lost dancing, what comes next
March it out.
will be marvelous.
Deep breath here. One more time. Separate it nice and wide. Bring it up and over. We're gonna cool it down a little bit. Stretching out the lats and obliques. I'm gonna rotate, press that back heel down, twist. Open up your chest. Reach it down, straighten out the legs. Deep breath here, rotate to the center. Roll it up. Rotate to the other side, up and over. Rotate, press that back heel, open the chest. And straighten out the legs, folded. Rotate it to the center. Turn the knees and toes out. Push your knees apart with your elbows. One more deep breath down here. Roll it back. We're gonna take our final cleansing breaths for right now. Breathing in gratitude. Once again in celebration. Thank you so much. So once again, thank you for taking part in Jefferson's Giving Day. If you haven't already, there should be a donate button to the right. So thank you so much for your time, and hope to see you soon. Thank you, friends.
So I am incredibly pleased to be here this morning having coffee with one of my heroes as part of Giving Day, Dr. Edith Mitchell. And Dr. Mitchell has been an icon, both as a cancer specialist, a champion of reducing health inequities, and really has put Jefferson on the map in so many ways. Edith, I guess the first question I'm going to ask you is a little selfish. I had one of my seminal moments in my 8 years here was when I got to introduce you at the NMA presidency. And for those who don't know, the NMA is the premier association of Black and African American physicians. But it was a wow, because so much of my life has been music and medicine. And I don't know if you remember, but I got to DJ your your after party, and we had Kenny Gamble there, and so it was a little bit of both. But maybe we could start with that. What what excited you about being able to lead a national organization like that, and just maybe explain a little bit how important it is for Jefferson to be involved in those kind of things.
So, Steve, thank you so much for having coffee with me. I really appreciate it. Your cup too. Um, Jefferson means so much to me. I've done a lot of things in my life. And being at Jefferson is one of those events that has really been so important, not only to me, but to others. And I know you liked being there. We played music. And the one thing that I was asked all the time, that's your president? So it was so great having you there. And one of the things that I think you and I enjoyed together is that we can be me, being me. So whether it's with a patient or at an Air Force event, or I'm giving a lecture, or I'm working with people in the Philadelphia community, it's really being me. I love medicine. I have always wanted to be a physician. I decided when I was 3 years old that I was going to become a doctor, and I was going to influence the medical care of Blacks. So that has been something with me forever.
So speaking of being you, and I think that's really a great point. One of the things that attracted me to Jefferson is that focus on the individual. That there are places that go out of their way to control the fonts, and well, it's about the place and not the individual. And one of the things I love about Jefferson is that almost everybody says, I'm going to see Dr. Mitchell, or, I'm going to see Dr. So-and-so, or I'm going, my nurse is this. And it's, oh yeah, they are at Jefferson. I think we're sort of a conglomeration of those people, but I want to tack on to something, because one of the things that was great for me about the NMA is that, I found out a lot of things about you, having to introduce you, but what's it mean to be the first female physician to ever attain the rank of brigadier general in the U.S. Air Force? I mean, that's a wow. And just talk a little bit about what it felt like that to break into you've broken into so many things as a Black woman physician, Black woman cancer specialist, but that's got to be a tough gig when you were breaking into that hierarchy.
So, Steve, the Air Force has meant a lot to me also. And I had a scholarship in medical school from the Air Force, and I was supposed to give back 2 years of service for that scholarship. Well, luckily, I was assigned to the 89th at Andrews Air Force Base, which is the presidential. And here I was, about 28, just finished my residency and meeting people and having the responsibility of taking care of them. And I had only seen them on TV before. So many people from the Congress or other important positions in Washington. So I fell in love with it, was offered additional opportunities. So I stayed more than 36 years. And for each area, I just wanted to be me. So as a general internist, I had not even done my oncology fellowship at the time. I enjoyed what I did. I enjoyed people, got to know some really important individuals and provide care to them. And what I realized is that, yes, I saw these people on TV, but they had some of the same medical and health issues that others had. So again, it was just being me. And I was given a number of recommendations by some important people. So I stayed on and later became a medical commander of a unit at the St. Louis Airport, the Missouri National Guard. And again, it was being me. I had a diverse group of people, and my job was to see how I could get them to function. So we had the honor of the title of Best Medical Squadron in the Air National Guard.
Cool.
And again, it was being me, working with people. And I find that if you treat people right, they will work with you, whether it's the patient or the family or the National Guard unit. And then after that, I moved up a couple more positions. And I was told that I was going to be up for general. But the person who was the mentor said, you know, you've got to be competitive with the guys. And probably all the guys have gone to flight school, but you haven't. So you need to go to flight school so you'll be ready. So in my 40s with 2 kids, I went to flight school.
You're up in the air.
And then later was promoted. And just prior to the promotion, someone said to me, you know, you're the first. And I said, what do you mean? You're the first woman to be in that position.
Oh.
And I said, no, it can't be. Well, who else do you know? I knew no one. So I was promoted. And yes, I was the first woman to be promoted to that rank. And Steve, once you're promoted, you're given 2 flags. And I keep the United States flag behind me all the time. And someone asked me, why do you have that flag behind you? And I said, you know, I love music. And you know what Donna Summers said? You work hard for the money. I worked hard for that flag.
Good. So let me ask you this. I mean, I
Yeah.
had to choose you as one of my heroes. Who are some of your heroes?
So I have a lot of heroes. First of all, my great-grandfather. He became ill. I was 3 years old, but we were very close. My great-grandparents were my first babysitters, really my only babysitters. And he became ill. And I heard the family all talking about You can't take him to the hospital because they won't treat him right. Now, might remind you, this is the 1950s near Memphis, Tennessee. And I said to him after a doctor came by and made a house call, I was just so impressed. This tall Black man with a black bag. And I said to my great grandfather when he left, Pa, when I grow up, I'm going to be a doctor. I'll make sure you get the best health care or the best care or something like that. And he patted me on my head and said, baby, you keep thinking like that and you just make your plans and work hard, you'll be a doctor.
Well,
And, I never looked back. So my great grandfather, to teach me that, he was born right about 1863 or 64, he wasn't sure, but at a very difficult time. So
when Jefferson started, by the way, 1864.
yeah,
Or-
but that's one of my
1824. No, you were
heroes.
1824. I'm sorry.
For medical school, one of my heroes. I had gone into the person who was assigned my advisor, and I told him I wanted to be in the 3-year program at MCV, and I needed my advisor's signature. And he refused to sign it. He told me that you people don't do well at this school, and you need to take your time, so forth. So I said, thank you. And I went to the dean of students, and I said, I don't like to complain, and I do well in most situations. But I don't know that I can work with this man because he has no confidence in me. So he said to me, don't worry about it. I'll be your advisor. And once I got to know him, Dr. Hunter McGuire, what I found out is that his uncle, Jeb Stuart McGuire, was the Surgeon General of the Confederacy.
Oh my God. Wow. Wow.
And actually, the Veterans Administration Hospital in Richmond, Virginia is named McGuire VA.
Right.
But Dr. McGuire allowed me to do what I needed to do. And I graduated in the 3-year program. I was the first Black student at MCV, Medical College of Virginia, to do that. Wow. And again, I didn't know this before I started, but it was being me.
Well, and yeah, and
so I did a lot of things in medical school, and actually I graduated in less than 3 years. If you think about it, you start school in August, you graduate in May. So it was the 3-year class, but it was about 2 years and 8 or 9 months.
Well, and to me, Edith, that's the whole thing about, a little bit of this Giving Day is what it can mean to individuals. I mean, I think, supporting the kind of research that you've done. I mean, I know I've called on you, even in, when it comes to things like vaccine hesitancy, you've helped me understand how we can get out to people in a different way.
Right.
And, I love that example because I've had a few of those people across from me going, you people also, and I always go, do you mean short people, bald people, Jewish people, especially when I was in Florida.
Sure. And that's a part of being me.
Yep.
In that I don't necessarily want to do something because I'm the first.
Right.
I decide that I want to do it, and it's me.
Yeah. Well, look, Edith, I think part of the reason that I wanted to choose you for this Giving Day is, that since I've gotten here, I have this little hat that says Jefferson No Limits, and you really epitomize the no limits approach, obviously from the time you were 3. So Edith, thanks so much. I can't wait till we can actually get together post-vaccination.
Absolutely. But Steve, one of my heroes is Stephen Klaska.
Well, thank you.
And
Thank you.
I've followed what you've done for many, many years. And again, the music, and you know I love music, and I
Yep.
have my 45s
Yep.
from my teenage years. And just this week, you know, the story about Tina Turner.
Yep. Yep.
She's
Amazing.
one of my favorite musicians, but she also, or I also attended the same high school as Tina Turner.
Oh boy, that must have been a heck of a.
Well, I never knew her because she was gone
Yeah.
by the time I
Yeah. You're a lot younger.
attended there. But the story of Tina Turner, you know, goes on forever. And again, so many heroes, because these are people who do things, and they've been my mentors. The medical students and the patients always talk about me wearing high heel shoes when I'm taking care of patients. And I tell them, well, you know, Johnny Carson said, Tina, the Lord made Tina Turner to show other women what to do with high heel shoes.
And yeah,
And I wear.
So look, I'll leave you with this. As Tina said, you are simply the best. So Edith, thank you so much. And
Thank you. And you're the best for the vision, for your vision for Jefferson, and all that you do for not only Jefferson, but the city of Philadelphia and surrounding areas, also the historically Black colleges, and the National Medical Association. So it's really all of these things that you do. And as the people at the National Medical Association say, and he plays music and dances. So, Steve, you are my idol and you're my hero. And I think it's so important for all of us to give to Jefferson, not only financially, but in our hearts, in our work, and all that we do. And I thank you so much for the opportunity to work with you. It's a pleasure and an honor.
Amen. Thank you very much, Edith. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
All right.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
Bye. I am absolutely thrilled to be here for Annual Giving Day with one of my heroes, Sister Mary Scullion. Sister Mary, it's just great to be with you.
Thanks, Steve. It's always great to be with you and all your colleagues at Jefferson. You know, we so value you and the partnership that we have, which makes our work possible. So thank you. And to everybody at Jefferson, thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, Sister Mary. So, you know, while it might not be obvious to casual observers, we're actually a lot alike. And I think that the two things that from the moment I've met you that that I think we share is we sort of both take a no limits approach. And we also, you know, as much as maybe we've accomplished, we're always looking at the video of you know, what's still left. So, you know, maybe it would be great to just start with that. You know, over the last, let's say, 10 years, you've been doing this for more than 45 years, I believe, helping homeless individuals. But what are you satisfied about? What do you hope that if we were doing this, you know, having the same coffee in 5 years, you'd be able to say that you're not able to say today?
All right. Well, thanks, Steve. I guess the thing that I'm most, you said proud about, is that what you said?
Yeah, like, you know,
Right.
sort of, if you looked at a snapshot today,
Right.
you said, wow, this is where we've come. But then
Right.
I know it's not like you're saying, okay, now I'm going to like really rest.
Right.
I hope you'll be able to say.
Okay, so I think when I look back over the years, the thing that I'm most inspired by and proud about is all the people that have been part of the Project Home community. We're a community of people from all walks of life, and together through the power of we build a beloved community where there's room for all. And everybody is valued and respected. So I think that all the work and resources and time that everybody puts into that, I'm just proud to be part of a community that works towards that goal. And I think when I look forward, if we were having, and hopefully we will be, having coffee in another 5 years, I hope that we both could say that the health disparities in our society, the disparities that cause such suffering, on the part of so many people, both that you serve and we serve, would have been erased or would have been, addressed. I don't know that any of us could accomplish that in 5 years, but it's certainly worth the effort, the passion, and again, with God's grace, all things are possible. So we don't take anything off the table.
Absolutely. And look, I think that, one of the amazing things about Project Home is how it has brought people together. We tend to be a pretty competitive healthcare environment. And I agree with you. I've told my board that, obviously Jefferson's come a long way in the 7 years I've been here, but that, I'll give myself, a 50% if what I've done is, just had Jefferson excel, and we haven't really changed some of the dynamics in Philadelphia, because the whole idea for us of that whole Philadelphia Collaborative for Health Equity, of which you're a part of, has been that, as proud as we are of Jefferson and Temple and Penn and Einstein and Drexel and all the other entities, we still have one of the greatest discrepancy in life expectancy in the country. And so much of that gets down to food, education, and housing. And we have to be a partner in that. And I think that's honestly, I think that's what you've done better than anybody else in Philadelphia been, I guess the right word would be, you've brought in all faiths, and not only all faiths, but all of the different competitive entities to say, hey, we're all on Sister Mary's team. And so how'd you do that? I mean, was that easy to do when you first got involved in this?
Well, you know what, Steve, I wish I could take credit for it. I think that, like so many of your colleagues at Jefferson, when you experience and you're able to meet and touch people that are struggling so hard on the bottom line, we all want to get involved and make an impact in a positive way on those lives and in our city, like you just articulated. So I think the community of Project Home and the needs of all the people that we serve, we see we can do so much more together than any one of us can do separately. So I think that's probably the reason that so many people, and that's what makes Philly such an awesome community. I mean, we have such great leaders like yourself and others that understand the economic disparities, the healthcare disparities. That's what has to drive our decisions and our work. So I'm happy to be on the Jefferson team, on your team, and on any other team that wants to take a stab at this, because it's just so important, because so many people's lives are at stake and our future is at stake.
Yeah, no, and I think that's exactly right. I mean, I think, you and I have talked about this, that literally the person that's suffering the most in Philadelphia really is our future. We can't just concentrate on who's doing well. And I think that's something that our mission share. One of the things I'm proud of with Jefferson, as you know, we changed our mission from, like what most academic medical centers are. We want to be the premier academic medical center in Philadelphia, which nobody cares about other than you and your mother, to we improve lives, and it really, that's what I think got us closer together. But I want to get down to I think just listening to you, that whole issue of the human. And I think, we're hopefully beginning to come out of the COVID pandemic. And, I was just talking to one of our employees, because we did in my Friday letter, a moment of silence for some of the individuals affected. And it really hit me. We talk a lot about numbers, in the newspapers, it's numbers, but it's really, the number is one, one mother, one father, one sister, brother that died of COVID. And I think one of the things that hits me about what you've done such a great job of, and even been to some of the galas, and I think we share that, is it's not we provided homes for X amount of people. It's let me introduce you to, Josephine or John, who, whose life has changed and hear their story. Tell me why that's so important to you. I mean, as opposed to just, hey, we provided homes for 2,000 people.
Well, Steve, as you know, our vision statement is none of us are home until all of us are home. And so I really deeply understand that as long as one person's on the street, and then, none of us can be satisfied. That's the prophetic sign that something's radically wrong in our community. When you go through our neighborhoods and you see Kensington and the conditions there, and you see people living on the street, no matter what we're doing, we know a lot more needs to be done because we're part of one human family. So what affects one of us directly affects all of us indirectly. And that's Dr. Martin Luther King's, quote. But that's I think what continues to motivate and inspire me to try to do whatever I can, the little bit I can, honestly, given the need.
Yeah, Dr. King also said of all the forms, as you know, of social injustice, healthcare inequities are the most shocking and inhumane. So certainly that's all things we're trying to do in Philadelphia. So I want to get back to the humans. And one of the things that I've been proud of is, that some of the greatest people in Philadelphia that are giving, are both donors to Jefferson and Project Home. And I could name hundreds. I mean, the Honickmans clearly come to mind. But I think in a way, the way I look at that is that our message is getting through. That by definition, somebody that thinks that it's worth investing time or dollars in Project Home and Jefferson as two of their things really means that our message and your message, that every individual matters, that we want to improve lives, and that Philadelphia can be a shining light on the hill, so to speak, is really getting through. Do you think that's true?
Well, I hope there's some truth to that, but I also know that many of the leaders in our community, like Lynn and Harold Honickman, like John and Lee Middleton, like the Conley family, they themselves have such great compassion and sense of strategic making a difference and knowing that they want to be part of a community of people from all walks of life. And I think we're very, very fortunate to be friends. And I've just learned so much from them and many others in our city, how to go about our work and create a community of people just from all walks of life, all working together for a common purpose.
So, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you how has COVID and the pandemic impacted you? I mean, you look great, so I assume you're doing okay. But how's it impacted Project Home? Certainly, obviously, it's had a disproportionate effect on folks that don't have a four-wall home.
Right.
But how have you adapted? How have you adapted your business?
So the thing is, it's hard to stay at home when you don't have a home to stay at home in. Okay, so that's I guess the first huge disparity that comes to mind. But I guess it's impacted so many people in our community economically, people who have lost their jobs, a lot of the restaurants, tourism business in our community. So people that maybe once thought they could never be homeless, I think through this pandemic recognizes even more deeply how homelessness can affect all of us in our community. So I think that we'll be seeing more people living on the streets. We do right now. And I'm just hoping that with the federal intervention and the federal government's intervention, that we can prevent more and more homelessness and more people experiencing homelessness coming into our city. But COVID-19 has definitely impacted not only people's health, but their pocketbooks and also our city's economic sustainability and finances. It's going to be a rough couple years coming out of this, thank God for the vaccine. And I want to thank you and Jefferson for vaccinating many people experiencing homelessness at Project Home, but also, these effects and how we're going to have to pivot, as well as all of us, is not going to be a short-term thing, but it's going to be, I think, the next couple years out. We've been, we've had to change all the way that we operate. The Hub of Hope, fortunately, has remained open through COVID, but how we've had to manage that in a way that's safe for our guests as well as our employees, outreach, our entry-level safe havens, and how you bring people in at a time of COVID. So, I mean, the impact is huge operationally.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about Jefferson Healthcare at any address, but you need that address. And
yeah,
I think one of the things that is starting to happen, and I'm so proud of the folks that have invested in this, is the ability of Jefferson not being viewed as, where we are in any of our hospitals. But I remember standing on the podium at Stephen Klein Wellness Center, and Jefferson was there. We just announced a stroke prevention center in 18th and Tioga with the Andrea and Ken Frazier piece with Temple. So we're starting to see, and I think a lot of it started with you, the community come together. So this is this whole piece of Giving Day this year is about superheroes. You're one of mine. So who are some of your heroes?
Well, I have a lot of heroes, especially, I guess, my main heroes are the men and women that I get to work with here at Project Home, both that have experienced homelessness as well as those that bring their time, talents, and treasures to address homelessness. So, I have lots of superheroes every single day, at Project Home. And I guess I want to give a shout out to one of Jefferson's superheroes that you prompted me to think about, and that's Dr. Laura Weinstein. Laura helped start Jeff Hope. So all the students at Jefferson, we love all the students at Jefferson and the way they contribute to the quality of life throughout our city, not just at Project Home, but in so many other places. But you probably know this, but Dr. Laura, when she was a student at Jefferson, began to volunteer at Project Home. She started Jeff Hope, and we were one of their first sites, when we were just starting ourselves. And over the past 30 plus years, Laura has never wavered from her passion to do healthcare without walls. So that's to your point, Steve. You want Jefferson to be healthcare without walls. Dr. Laura thought of that even before you got to Jefferson, okay? And her and many of your other colleagues have been doing that, and Laura in a particular way, for 30 plus years. So at Jefferson, I have a lot of superheroes. I mean, obviously Elizabeth Dale and Lizette Martinez and so many other of your colleagues there. But if I had to pick one, I'm going to go with longevity, and that is Dr. Laura for her 30 plus years that she helped shape Project Home. She continues to do that along with Jim Plum. And I mean, there's so many people at Jefferson. I even hate starting to pick one or two, but I'm just going to say Dr. Laura for giving all of us the vision of healthcare without walls and of being so consistent to this day. She is still at it, and she still continues to make a difference in so many lives, in mine personally, but within all of Project Home and within Jefferson itself. So, thank you, Steve.
Thank you. And so look, I think, so I chose you as my superhero for one simple reason. You've taken on an impossible job, but just doesn't seem so impossible as long as you're leading it. So, I love folks that are willing to say, hey, it's the only thing that's impossible is not putting your all into it. And you and the kind of people you mentioned put your all into it. And that's why I think Jefferson and Project Home were such a great match.com. And we appreciate it every day. So Sister Mary, thank you so much.
Thank you,
today
Steve.
And everything you do. I am thrilled. I am absolutely thrilled to be here today with one of my heroes, my superheroes, the Geeter with the heater, the boss with the hot sauce. You don't even need to know his name. You can just stop right there. But Jerry Blavitt, it's so great to be with you here for annual Giving Day at Jefferson as one of my heroes.
Well, let me say this, Steve. You are my hero. And for the people out there that don't know, and I think everybody knows the history of this man, you have done wonders for Jefferson in Philadelphia, throughout the entire tri state area. But years ago, you did wonders for the listeners that heard about my man Steve, Aphonic Steve, on the radio. So, my little brother from another mother, it's like two disc jockeys getting together. But I got to ask you a question, because you have had the passion to do what nobody else has done for Jefferson. How did that happen? From being a disc jockey like me on the radio, and then taking on this humongous, I mean, you've taken Jefferson to a new level. How does it happen from a disc jockey to a businessman to a doctor to make it happen? Tell me.
Well, first of all, I realized I couldn't compete with you back in the WISP days. But look, I think that what you and I share is a certain energy, and we have a cap that says Jefferson no limits, right? And I think that's been your career. And look, I think one of the things that I'd love to talk to you about is it's something I've been thinking a lot about. Horrible year, with the pandemic and the losses that we've all suffered. One of the things that's gotten me through the year has been sort of the virtual Saturday evening things you've done. But one of the keys to your success has been, you can listen to a Jerry Blavitt show, or you can listen to some of those CDs, and you understand the humanness behind it. So it's not just listening to a good song. And it's something that I've tried to do also, of trying to have people understand not just how many things we've done, but what does it mean to an individual human. So how did that come about, of bringing music and sort of helping humans feel better?
Well, Steve, you and I know, no matter what the times are, good, bad, lean, not so lean, music is the thing that brings people together. Music speaks for the human experience. And by the grace of God, I have the freedom to play music for people. In the early days of radio, the disc jockeys at the beginning could play what they wanted to play, but then format radio came in and took away the ability for a disc jockey to play the music that he wanted to play. The music that you hear on XPN, or when you hear me on the Gear to Go radio network, I program it from the heart, not a research chart. And I keep in mind that I am no different than any of the people out there, no different than you are with your patients, with the people that are a part of Jefferson. So I play music thinking about the human experience. I play happy music. I play music when a guy is having a little beef with a girl and he calls up, says, please play a song. I said, well, Steve Klasko wanted me to play this for you. I only have eyes for you. And then the girl will come up and say, play something for Steve Klasko. Okay. Colleen said, you belong to me. So it's music.
And it's funny you said, because every Friday, I send out a note to our 32,000 employees, because it's been just an unbelievable year. And boy, you talk about heroes, the people that work at Jefferson on a day-to-day basis. But the thing that's been, and it really is from the heart, but the biggest thing has been the playlist that I give people sort of this is what I want you to listen to this weekend. And it can be anything from those kind of things of go to your, hey, if your wife is a nurse or your girlfriend's a nurse, go and play, What You Mean to Me. But it's also things like, hey, if you're dating, first time ever I saw your face, because everybody's seeing people with masks. So look, I think that one of the things that I'd love to get you to get into, because I really feel this way, the thing of what you do in the Geeter Gold, and we are proud sponsors, as you know, of Geeter Gold. But the thing that you do there is, it's really taking a 45 and putting it on, like you said, it's not research chart. It's not like, here, I have this list. I found that makes a difference. I have a whole 45 thing, literally listening and seeing what's outside and talking to somebody and then pulling the 45. It's like an instinct thing. It's like doing surgery, right? It's not just like, oh, I've got this list of songs to play.
Steve, it's all about making people feel good.
Right.
You know, you do that in your capacity at Jeff. You give people inspiration. You know, the biggest fear we have is the fear of the unknown. You solve the problems when someone comes to Jeff and says, I don't feel good, this hurts, this. You're the doctor, I'm the doctor with the rocker. You're the doctor with the medical
Doctor of
plan.
Dance.
So it's all about people. That we live in a world of people, and we got to remember that. And music brings everybody together. I think I told you the story with Sherry, with the Four Seasons. You know, I was in Florida, and the guy that produced it was Bob Crew with Bob Gaudio.
Right.
We were at a convention at the Fontainebleau.
Crewe, right? Bob Crew.
Right.
Yeah.
And Crew played the demo for me, acetate. Said, man, this is a smash. It was something completely different harmony wise. It was a cross between the Four Freshmen and falsetto sound of Jimmy Scott or Smokey back before. And he said, well, I'm going to go see Morris Levy Roulette Records. He's going to pick it up. This is in the afternoon. 8 o'clock at night, I come down to have dinner, and Bob Crew is at the bar getting drunk. I figured, hey, man, you made a score, Bob. No. He said to me, Morris Levy from Roulette said this is the worst record he ever heard. Tub Lavity lost his ear. I pick up the house phone, call a fellow by the name of Abner Hewitt, president of VJ Records out of Chicago. Now, VJ's got Jerry Butler, it's got the Spaniels, it's got the Dells, it's got Betty Everett, it's got all black artists. I say, Ab, I'm going to come up with a Crew. I want you to hear a hit. We go up, big speakers, he plays it. He says, Gitter, I think you're right. I like this. Tell me about the group. Crew says, Frankie Valli is with the Four Lovers. Bob Gaudio is with the Royal Teens. Who wears short shorts? We wear short shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Abner says, Gitter, I love it, but we are a black label. All of our artists are black. I said, Ab, what's music got to do with race, color, or creed? He says, I got it. He said, but I don't know if I'm going to get the Black Cats to play it. I said, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go back to Philadelphia. I'm going to play the record to make a point. Black kids, white kids heard this record. Phones lit up. Abner calls me, says, get me the record. So the point I'm making is music hits everybody, right, regardless of race, color, or creed. When you take care of patients, you take care of everyone. Everyone. You don't look at the color of the skin. You look at what the problem is that they have. I'm the doctor with the rocker. You're the doctor with the message.
It's interesting because I used your name. I did interview Questlove, and I used you because he was talking about he had gotten to sort of DJ President Obama's going away thing when he was president. And the first 3 hours he had all scripted, and then President Obama came up to him and said, "Hey, just do your thing, man." And it was exactly that. And I said, "Yeah, that's exactly what I learned from Jerry." So let me ask you a question about this. I think there's something about the music you play, 50s, 60s, 70s. It really did bring together Black folks, white folks. It was all about human interactions. Is there anything today that you think does that? That's not whether music's better or worse, but do you think we've lost that kind of, you play I Can't Help Myself for the Four Tops, and you just can't help yourself, right?
You sing along with it.
Yeah.
You sing along with it.
Or even the first three beats of My Girl.
Listen, run around Sue. Hope, ah. Story about everybody says ah.
You just have to do it.
Well, listen, the music of today doesn't have the message that our music had. I truly believe you realize when you were on radio, If you said one word which was derogatory, you'd be off the radio.
Right.
Hank Ballard and the Midnighters had a song called Annie Had a Baby. Working with Me, Annie, back in 53,
Yeah.
54.
Yeah.
That would not be played.
Right.
The record companies changed it to Henry. Working with me, Henry. Om.
Yeah, I remember
So
that.
the point I'm making is the music of today, a lot of it really should be censored, especially it affects young people. You knew when you were on the radio, you were a hero to your audience. They would call you, Steve, to make requests. You were one on one. The music of today, my opinion, it divides people. It
We even
divides.
had to, I remember when I was on, we had to change that. We had to get a sanitized version of the Rolling Stones' Let's Spend the Night Together into Let's Spend Some Time Together. So Jerry, let me just ask you this. So what when you think about what we're going to have to do to come out of this pandemic, and I think, hopefully,
Right.
as I start to look at some sunshine in Philadelphia, we'll start to see that. What are some of the themes that you're going to be hitting on some of your future Geeter Gold shows as far as getting out of this? Because I think throughout the Geeter Gold radio, you would pick themes of of resilience and that kind of thing. What do we have to look forward to this spring?
First of all, I'm opening up Memories in Margate for people. I had a sign during the pandemic. I hear you knocking. You can't come in.
Dave Edmonds.
The sign is now down. I hear you knocking.
Come in.
Come on. My job is no different than your job. You take care of the health for people. I take care of the happiness with the energies and the music. We're going to come out of this a better country, a smarter nation, and we're going to appreciate some of the things that we did not appreciate when we had the freedom that we had. And I see this when I visit you at Jefferson, and I see AJ DiMarino and Dr. Gomello, all of the wonderful people, the heads of your department. We, you, myself, and everybody with you, we come out of this smarter, better, and more compassionate about other people who live in this planet.
So just for the record, I noticed that you picked two of our Italian doctors. I just want people to recognize that. Hey, so I got the opportunity to choose my few heroes, and you were one of them. So who, this annual Giving Day is all about superheroes. Who are some of your heroes that you would want to know?
Well, when I was a kid, and I've written a book, as you know, You Only Rock Once, I was fortunate to dance on a show called Bandstand. And I was a pretty good dancer back then, and I still dance today. And I had the good fortune to meet Sammy Davis Jr. when I was 13 years of age. I didn't really know who Sammy Davis Jr. was at that time. He was doing a show in Philadelphia called Mr. Wonderful. And he saw me dance. And he said, "Man, where'd you learn how to dance like that?" I said, "Hey, man, everybody in South Philly, we want to impress the girls." He said, "You're like a little white me." In 56, I said, "What?" We became lifelong friends. I became Don Rickles' valet. I met Sinatra. I sat with Sinatra. I worked with Chuck Berry and Fats Domino. I had a group called Danny and the Juniors at the Hop. So all of these people, you remember I came from a broken home, Italian, Jewish. Back then in 1936, when my father ran away and married my mother, that was a sin as far as the Italians were. So I was raised by nuns, but music, and I always looked to older people, smarter people. I found show business with Sammy Davis Jr. And through the entire lifetime, and Sammy died May the 16th, 1990. He was just 64 years of age.
Wow.
But I learned these were my heroes. And when I went onto the radio, my heroes were the Black Cats, Georgie Woods, Jocko Ace from Outer Space, Hal Jackson, because these cats all had a handle. the man with the goods, the ace from outer space. So I just couldn't be the Geeter, or Jerry Blavitt rather. So I became the Geeter with the heater. After an alligator lays in the mud, it doesn't bother you. But if you go near, bam, it snatches you up. So I was the cat that snatched them up. The Geeter, my record pleater, the hot heater, the boss with the hot sauce. So my real heroes were people in show business. And I respected them, and they respected me because I loved them for their talent, not who they were. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I've always viewed it that folks like you and Georgie actually presage some of the, you know, not necessarily Howard Stern's, but the person that it was the personality and the music, right? People would go and, you know, I want to listen to the Jerry Blavitt show. I mean, they knew there was going to be good music, but you know, and I think that's what always hit me. I did an internship with Georgie Woods, the guy with the goods, back when I was at Lehigh. But you know, you people have followed you, and I'll just say this, you know, because you know this, but people have followed you for 40, 50 years. And we went to dinner one time at a great Italian restaurant, and I might as well have been like a plant, because you know people were like, everybody's, oh my God, can I get a picture with you? And I'm thinking, oh, maybe somebody from Jefferson wants a picture with me, and they were, excuse me, could you move out of the way? I want a picture with Jerry. He's like the most, you know, he's been my hero. So I think what happens is that you bring that sort of happiness as soon as people turn on the radio, which I think is really a cool.
But Steve, isn't that what life's really about, though? I mean, if God makes you successful, I mean, I'll tell you a story. I'm not going to mention the star's name. I was at the 21 Club years ago. This was a big star, okay, big star. And I knew him. And there was a young man, his wife had a daughter who may have been 16. And I was sitting with Victor Potamkin, okay, and George Burns. And the guy said to his wife, oh, we would love to get an autograph from this big star. And I knew the big star. So I said, hold on. I went over to this big star. I said, my man, he said, hey, how are you, kid? I said, these young people, they may from out of town. Would you give them an autograph? I don't sign autographs. Well, wait a second. I mean, you're a star. They love you. So you've got to appreciate the audience. I'm not going to tell you the guy's name.
I got it. All right. Well, listen. So usually, what you know, the other two I've signed off, but Geeter, it would be a great honor for me if instead of me signing off, could you sign off? You'll be my final interview for Annual Giving Day. Could I get a Geeter sign off for this?
By the big tick-tock on the tower power clock, I've been talking with my main man, Steve-ophonic Steve, my brother from another mother. But as all good things must come to an end, so must this show. But you got to remember, you got to keep on rocking, cause in life, you really only do rock once, big a poo, the Geeter's all through.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Dale, Jefferson's Chief Advancement Officer, and my Jefferson heroes are the 100 or so volunteers, employees across the Jefferson enterprise that have made Giving Day such a tremendous success. Thank you, and I applaud you.
Hello, my name is Clayton Fitzhugh, and I work with the Human Resources team. Today, I'd like to recognize 3 sets of heroes that I have. And the first are the Environmental Services Group. They work so hard to keep our facilities clean and make sure that it's just looking perfect when people come in. And I appreciate that so much. The other night, I was in Center City and had a chance to visit with some of them, and they were talking about just all the work that they do. And I was able to say thank you to a few of them and recognize their work. So thank you to the Environmental Services team. Also the Food and Nutrition team. They serve with such a smile on their face and a spring in their step, and they take food in and they care for people and talk to people and make such a difference in the lives of our patients and the families that are visiting our patients and in the lives of our students, and I appreciate that. And the last team that I want to recognize is our security team. They really are heroes. They're on the front line. They're in situations that I know I don't want to be in. And they're there serving every single day, making sure we're safe. And oftentimes they're the first people that our guests see as they come into our facilities. And they're always there making sure that we're doing what we need to do in a safe way. So thank you to them. So again, to the environmental services, food and nutrition services team and the security team, from my heart to yours, I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, because you really are my heroes.
My Jefferson hero is Brian Squilla. Faced with an unprecedented pandemic that threatened to cripple our research enterprise, Brian orchestrated a path forward for us, including an early teleresearch transition, maintaining critical animal and core facility functions, keeping the flow of extramural applications and funding going, and then bringing back our lab personnel safely. His efforts were truly heroic.
Hi, I'm Dr. David Nash. I've been on the Jefferson faculty for more than 30 years. Most recently, I'm the founding Dean Emeritus of the Jefferson College of Population Health. Thanks for joining us for Giving Day. So speaking about Jefferson heroes, I have one, and it's my executive assistant for the past 31 years, Elizabeth DeBonis. Can you believe she hung in there with me for that long? We're the longest working marriage across the entire enterprise. She's a real Jefferson hero. I hope you'll join us for Giving Day.
Hello, it's Brian Sweeney, President and Chief Operating Officer of Jefferson Health, New Jersey. And I want to recognize our healthcare center team as some of our Jefferson healthcare heroes. I was so impressed with how our team came together at the facility and managed through COVID. This included the nursing assistants, the nurses, all the therapists, the social workers, the housekeepers, and everyone that supported the care of our residents. Unfortunately, COVID hit long-term care facilities really hard across the country. And the team that we have at the healthcare center was absolutely so brave in managing through the pandemic. And they're also very creative, especially with our visitor protocol, which is so critical, including doing drive-by visiting hours through the windows, which safely allowed our residents to connect with families. Thank you for everything that you've done throughout the pandemic, including the vaccine. So many of you have actually received the vaccine yourself, and our residents have been vaccinated, and that protects both you and also them. Thanks again for everything you're doing.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for the third edition of our four-part series on healthy aging. Our previous sessions covered how to prevent falls and what's involved in older adult cancer care and survivorship. Next week, we'll cover the topic of LGBTQ and elder care. Each webinar features a different panel of Jefferson experts, and all of the webinars will be made available online. Today's topic is caregiving and advanced care planning. The poet Dylan Thomas wrote, "Old age should burn and rave at close of day." We all get older. Life tends to be a big circle. Our parents care for us, later we care for them, and the cycle repeats itself with our kids. Jefferson has long been a leader in addressing the unique care needs of older adults and those who care for them. We rank among the nation's best in geriatric care, according to US News and World Report. Jefferson has been awarded age-friendly status through the National Age-Friendly Program to improve care for older adults. Our Center for Healthy Aging offers programs and groups for older adults that are tailored to patients and family members' needs alike. Some of the programs include a caregiver support group, a geriatric assessment program, a memory closely with geriatric psychiatry and senior adult oncology. During our webinar today, we'll discuss a multitude of topics in order to give you an inside look into the Center for Healthy Aging and how it can help you from a patient or potential caregiver perspective. In the midst of a pandemic, it's important to understand how COVID-19 has affected this age population, as well as how Jefferson is using telehealth. My name is Mark Turberville from Jefferson's Office of Institutional Advancement, and I'll be serving as the program facilitator. So that just means I'll be helping present your questions to our distinguished panelists. Today, I'm joined by Dr. Susan Parks. She's professor and director of the Division of Geriatric Medicine and Palliative Care. She's also the medical director of the Center for Healthy Aging. I'm also joined by Dr. Danielle Snyderman. She's assistant professor in the Division of Geriatric Medicine and Palliative Care. And rounding out our panel is Judy Heredia. She's a nurse practitioner and the memory evaluation lead in the Center for Healthy Aging. And we've already received a lot of great questions from the audience members during the registration process. And we'll get to those in a moment. For those of you who have not had a chance to submit something or you've thought of another question, we invite you to submit those through the Zoom platform. If you're joining on a computer or tablet, at the bottom of the screen, you'll see an icon that says Q&A. And if you don't see it, try moving your mouse around a little bit or tap on the screen. You push that Q&A icon and then enter the question in the text box. Your questions are not public. They'll only be seen by myself and the panelists. If you're joining by telephone and you're able, please email any question you have to events@jefferson.edu. We'll do our very best to get to as many questions as possible. Of course, for privacy, we are unable to comment on specific cases or the number of patients we have treated or are currently treating. And if you're experiencing any symptoms that may require medical attention, please consult a medical professional. And finally, don't worry, we've taken the liberty of turning off your camera and muting everyone's line to eliminate background noise. So feel free to move around and get comfortable. So with that, I'd like to give each of our guests a minute or two to say hello, and we'll move right on to the questions. Dr. Parks, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mark. And I wanted to say a special thank you to the Office of Institutional Advancement for arranging today's event. It's truly an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you, and thanks to all of our attendees for joining us today. As Mark mentioned, I am director of our Division of Geriatric Medicine and Palliative Care. That is within the Department of Family and Community Medicine here at Jefferson. I also serve as the medical director of our newly renamed Center for Healthy Aging, and you're going to hear a lot more about that as we speak to you today. I wanted to share with all of you, though, how I first got interested in caregiving. I did my geriatric fellowship here at Jefferson after completing my family medicine residency. And during that fellowship, I did a project where I literally drove my car around the Delaware Valley, interviewing caregivers in their homes, learning really what they're grappling with. And I have to tell you, it truly shaped how I think about caregiving, specifically dementia caregiving, and has truly framed the way I practice medicine. So thank you.
Thank you so much. That's an interesting story about driving around. Dr. Snyderman, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thanks, Mark, and to OIA for having us here. And it's really an honor, like Dr. Parks mentioned. I've been at Jefferson since 2003. Prior to that, I completed medical school at Howard University College of Medicine, where I had a really impactful 4 years of medical education and also an incredible cultural experience. I've been at Jefferson since that time, having completed residency in family medicine and staying on to do a geriatrics fellowship, and have had the privilege of being mentored by Dr. Parks from the beginning, who continues to be a wonderful mentor to me, and I've met many great colleagues, including Judy, along the way. My main clinical and administrative role is as medical director of the Hill at White Marsh Retirement Community. It's a continuing care retirement community in Lafayette Hill. It's about 35 minutes from the city. And I love this setting of care in that I get to practice medicine where people live, and get to know my patients and their families really well. And some of my caregiving interest is really based in the concept that the social history is the most important part of the medical history, and one I'm always drawn to learning more about. About 6 years ago, I had set out to interview some of the patients that I care for at the Hill at White Marsh regarding their love stories. I take care of a lot of dyads, mostly spouses, and was really interested in this idea of how people may choose medical care could be based in the most important love relationship that they have. And as a physician, if I were to truly explore and understand them, it would help me guide them to make medical decisions that were consistent with what they valued most. And it was a lovely project that I worked on with Jefferson students, actually pharmacy students, and we were featured in the Philadelphia Inquirer and had really wonderful reception from the patients that I interviewed. And it's really helped me to navigate difficult choices with them, even including transitions of care and goals of care. So thank you for having me today.
Thank you. That's a beautiful story. We'll try and find the Inquirer story, the link to that, and get that out to the people watching. Judy, would you like to say a few words? Judy, I think you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, hi, welcome everyone. It's an honor to be here today with you all. My name again is Judy Heredia. I started my career at Jefferson in 1990, where I worked 22 years in the hospital and outpatient setting. I completed my training here at Jefferson School of Nursing. And for the past 10 years, I've been working as a family nurse practitioner. I work full-time in our outpatient primary care practice, and I provide patient care. Another component of my role is memory assessment, which entails cognitive testing in collaboration with our great geriatricians, our pharmacists, and resident physicians.
Terrific, thank you. So we'll get started now. So Dr. Parks, we'll start with you. Picking up on something you mentioned, you've renamed the Center for Healthy Aging. Can you talk about the reasoning for that? And more importantly, what exactly does the center do?
Sure, absolutely. So we've had an outpatient practice for many years here at Jefferson. Its prior name was Jefferson Geriatrics, and we really try to provide person-centered care. We have a patient and family advisory council to our practice. And basically the patient said, we don't like the name. We don't like the name Jefferson Geriatrics. We have a hard time kind of convincing folks to come because they don't like the term geriatrics. So we basically put our thinking caps on and talked to our patients. And we really came up with a name that we felt more embodied the spirit of our team-based care and our patient-centered care. And we're now called the Center for Healthy Aging. And we are really happy with the name. We've talked to a lot of patients about it and their family members, and really have gotten a lot of positive feedback about it. So we're thrilled with that. And what happened, honestly, was during the COVID pandemic, we consolidated and moved our practice over to 833 Chestnut Street, where the larger family medicine practice is. And we felt like with the move, that was a wonderful time to really change the name and kind of encompass all of that at once. And it really has been important for us. And one of the things I wanted to describe to you is what is a Center for Healthy Aging and kind of what do we do? And as I mentioned, we really have a full team of just amazing colleagues that we work with, as Judy had alluded to. Pharmacists, we have geriatricians, we have nurse practitioner, we have our medical assistants, who in many ways are really the heart and soul of the practice. What we do there is we do primary care for a good percentage of our patients who are older, but we can also do consultative care, where we do memory assessments. We also have full geriatric assessments where we evaluate for falls, falls risk, that is. We also look at the medicine list, and our sort of motto is to really trim that medicine list and get folks on as few medicines as they truly need. So really the center tries to pull all of that together under one roof and really focus on our patients, their families, and definitely our caregivers, which we're going to get to.
Thank you. That's a lot of great information, and I like the people first aspect of it. That's very what Jefferson's all about.
Absolutely.
Dr. Snyderman, so could you talk a little bit about what does long-term care mean and what does it look like at Jefferson?
Sure. So I think in many ways we mirror the mission of the Center for Healthy Aging in a long-term care environment. I mentioned the term continuing care retirement community, which is just one model of long-term care. So the setting in which I work has folks who live independently, older adults who live independently and are thriving and use our outpatient practice, which is a satellite location of the Center for Healthy Aging. So they use that for their primary care needs. There's also, under the same roof, an assisted living portion of the building, as well as a skilled nursing facility for both post-acute hospitalization for skilled services, as well as true long-term, what we call custodial care. So for me, that's just such a valuable place to practice. And I always make the analogy that in many ways, I'm like the campus RA resident advisor, like I was in college, but it affords me an incredible opportunity to practice medicine where my patients live. And I think that again, really gives me most their interests, their hobbies. I've seen my patients play water volleyball, and I've actually played pickleball with them and learn a new skill myself. So, you know, the post-acute and long-term care clinical setting is a really important setting for caregivers, because we know their loved ones often come to us after the result of a difficult transition in their lives, and especially after hospitalization. And you know, when there's so many challenges in navigating the medical system and so many dynamic parts, the one thing that really is constant is the presence of the patient and the caregiver, and they truly are at the center of the team. And I value practicing in the post-acute and long-term care space because of the interprofessional relationships that I develop with other providers, the physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech therapists, social workers, you can name, you know, I always loved team sports when I was growing up. And to me, geriatrics and post-acute and long-term care is the ultimate team sport. So we really get to know patients throughout the continuum of their older years, and it really allows me the continuity to care for them at all stages, including end-of-life care.
Thank you that's great information. Judy, you're the memory evaluation lead. So talk to us a little bit about what types of patients do you see in the Center for Healthy Aging and what entails a memory evaluation?
Sure. At the Center of Healthy Aging, I see patients that are 55 and over with chronic medical problems such as hypertension, diabetes, arthritis, depression, and memory issues. I would like to elaborate a little bit about what involves a memory evaluation. The visit takes about an hour or so. I'd like to have the family involved as well, just to ask the family about what kind of symptoms the patient is experiencing. So I conduct a medical history. I review their medications to see if there's any medications, like Dr. Parks had mentioned, that could be contributing to their memory loss. I also conduct a physical exam to check for any signs of stroke or Parkinson's. So that's also conducted during the visit. I like to order cognitive testing labs just to see if there's any vitamin deficiencies or thyroid disease. I also like to assess for depression and anxiety, which is very common in our population. So I like to do a psychological evaluation, and I like to do this with the patient alone. I also then go ahead and I do a cognitive testing screening test. Usually it's Montreal cognitive assessment exam, which is called the MOCA, or a mini mental exam, and is to determine if the patient has any cognitive impairment. And then I meet with the family and the patient and discuss treatment options. The patient leaves with a care plan, and I also refer patients to specialists if needed, such as neurology or neuropsychologists, or if they need to see a psychiatrist in our practice.
Thank you. And let's stick with memory for one moment, because we already have a lot of questions that come in about that. So can you talk a little bit about dementia? It's a disease that a lot of people are concerned about. Can you walk through what care looks like for dementia patients and how that relates with Alzheimer's and that kind of thing?
Sure, that's a good question. Caring for dementia, it can be very stressful for the patient and the family involved. Dementia is a term that we use to describe a number of symptoms that affect the memory and also thinking. The most common symptoms are memory loss, trouble with language and communicating, and also changes in personality or mood. And the most common type of dementia is Alzheimer's type, which affects about 60 to 70% of the population. And then we categorize dementia by stages. And there's 3 stages, which are mild, moderate, and severe. During the mild stage, that's where the families and the caregivers, they notice a little change in the person's behavior, or just cognitive problems, such as short-term memory loss, and trouble recalling recent events, or remembering dates of doctor's appointments, repeating questions, sometimes with speech, even expressing their thoughts, word finding problems. So this is the most difficult part of this stage, is just adjusting emotionally to the diagnosis of dementia, and helping the loved one prepare for their future. And then we go on to the moderate stage. This is where the symptoms become more pronounced. In this stage, the patient can be in this stage for many years. So individuals will likely need more help from the caregivers, in-home support, and long-term care. And Dr. Snyderman will go over long-term care. But in this stage, the patient or the individual is repeating the same stories, or repeating the same questions multiple times. They become more restless, where particularly late in the day, which we call sundowning. They're also displaying uncharacteristic behaviors, such as not wanting to bathe or change their clothes. And So like I said, this stage, the patient can be in this stage for many, many years. So then in the final stages, which is the severe stage, that's when the patient generally loses their ability to move or communicate, making it necessary to have full-time care. And during this stage, the goal is for symptom management and comfort care. The patient has trouble swallowing, which puts them at risk for aspiration pneumonia. They have weight loss. They have trouble communicating. And on a personal note, I remember talking to my grandmother who had dementia, and I would get easily frustrated with her because I wasn't able to have a clear conversation. And then it occurred to me that I had to treasure these moments, even if my grandmother had only a simple sentence or two. And what I learned from my grandmother is that a person with dementia, with memory loss, they're not trying to give you a hard time, they're having a hard time.
Thank you for sharing that. Judy mentioned, Dr. Snyderman, you might have something to add in addition to this?
Sure. As I mentioned, practicing in the long-term care arena, I really interface very frequently with dementia patients and their caregivers in the later stages of the illness. And as Judy talked about, I think part of the really important education we can provide for our patients and their families is the understanding that dementia truly is a terminal illness. If people live long enough and don't die from another cause, they will die from complications of dementia. And as Judy mentioned, it really is most commonly related to terminal nutrition issues. And, as she talked about, the mind cannot give signal to the body to even properly swallow. And so food can go down the wrong pipe and develop into a serious pneumonia. So much of education for caregivers is that anticipatory guidance. And I think we play such an important role. Part of my interest in geriatric medicine was really born from doing a family medicine residency and the experiences I had as a resident in the ICU providing end-of-life care, and that in juxtaposition with the experiences I had in providing prenatal care and pediatric care, and just was really struck by how much anticipatory guidance we give to mothers-to-be and to parents of young children in terms of what to expect with the developmental milestones. And it really felt like there was a lack of that same anticipatory guidance for people going through end-of-life experiences. And so, we talk about caregiving, but I always like to share an example that a patient of mine who's a caregiver to his wife with dementia said that he doesn't like to think of it as caregiving. He really likes to think of it as love giving. And, when I take care of these patients in this setting, the staff and the the clinicians really feel like we're an extension of love givers. We're caring for patients when they're not able to perform their activities of daily living. They're not able to transfer without assistance. They're not able to bathe without assistance. And there's so much stress for caregivers and acknowledging the diagnosis of dementia and what's to come, and the fact that it plays out over many years. I remember hearing another geriatrician talk about dementia as patients who suffer from dementia die 2 deaths, first in mind and then many years later in body. And I think it's just so important to support caregivers as they carry so much, and to understand that the decisions regarding setting of care can really weigh on families. And at the end of the day, I think if we can help navigate, obviously there's a lot of things to juggle in terms of finances and feasibility of extra care. But at the end of the day, I think if people make decisions out of love, they can't go wrong, and we're there to support them.
Thank you. I like the term love giving. I think that's really nice. Let's switch gears a little bit. Dr. Parks, with everything going on right now, telehealth is having its moment, and Jefferson Health is one of the largest telehealth providers in the area. So can you talk a little bit how the Center for Healthy Aging is adapting to telehealth, and how are you helping older patients shift into this virtual world?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we were so fortunate here at Jefferson that that platform was built ahead of time and really available for us during the pandemic. And it was pre-COVID, pre-pandemic. It was really challenging for us to get our patients and their family members to do the telehealth visits. And it was really sort of as we moved locations and kind of as we consolidated the practice, that we were really able to move virtually all of our visits from in-person to telemedicine visits. And I have to tell you, it was a complete team effort. We have amazing staff that we work with on a daily basis. And the patience, the kindness they have in guiding our patients and their family members, you know, via the telephone, explaining to them how to do the telemedicine and kind of, you know, over and over and being so patient with them. It was extraordinary that we were really able to kind of, you know, flip all of those visits from in-person to telemedicine. And even now that we're kind of further months into this, we still have a much higher percentage of our visits as telemedicine because frankly, you know, folks are nervous, some of them coming in, and that's a wonderful sort of way to still keep those visits going. The one thing I did want to add, we do have a lot of folks coming in person now, but just knowing that that's an option, I think gives folks such peace of mind. So it's been extraordinary to just see how that kind of transformation happened for us.
And I'll ask a follow-up with that, just to stick with COVID-19. A lot of older adults want to know, what should they be thinking about? What kind of preventive measures are you advising folks? What do they need to know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just a huge issue, right? And in the forefront of everyone's mind, and really trying to protect those, especially those that are more frail or vulnerable, and kind of how do you do that? You know, we of course give guidance around use of masking and social distancing. We also talk to folks now that we're kind of getting ready to be in the colder months to really sort of avoid the bigger groups while you're inside. And we give really one-on-one counseling to a lot of patients and their families about how to navigate things like the holidays, for example, and really relying on sort of virtual means, kind of like our telemedicine visits, but doing things like FaceTime and Skype and many others that are available to really connect with their families in that way. And that goes a long way to really help combat the loneliness that the pandemic can truly bring about.
Thank you. Judy, a question about caregivers or love givers, as we call them. What are some of the things the center does to support the caregivers? What types of resources are available in the center?
Sure. Yes. Well, with caregivers, it just to alleviate their stress, you know, I tell them that, you know, it's important to join a support group. The Alzheimer's Association has been a great organization. We collaborate with them. And I also tell caregivers, we just started actually a caregiver support group in our practice. This is a confidential open forum, and it's for caregivers to share their feelings and connect with people with similar experiences, and just to support each other. We meet about an hour first Wednesday of every month. Registration is required, and I will give you my phone number, our website in order to connect. But if you have any questions, I also give you my email address so that you can contact me directly. We also have social workers here. We have community workers. We have behavioral health consultants that are in our practice here as well, that will help the patients and their families with community resources.
Great, thank you. Dr. Snyderman, how do you handle, and this is actually a situation I've been through, how do you handle when there's a conflict in how a care plan is interpreted? So if the older adult thinks about it one way and then the caregiver thinks about it a different way, how do you approach a situation like that?
I apologize, Mark. I think the question broke up a little bit, but are you asking when there's a conflict between the provider team and the caregiver? Is that what the question was?
Yes.
Okay, just it was glitchy, so I just want to make sure. So yeah, I mean, I think that certainly does happen, and I think the most important thing is the relationship, right, between the patient, the caregiver, and the care team. And trust is so important in medicine. I like to talk about trust a lot. When I sense there may be areas we can improve on, I like to label that and kind of see where that's coming from. And I think it's all in the name of doing right by our patient. So, of course, we go to the patient first. If the patient doesn't have capacity to make decisions, we really ask caregivers to act as surrogates. Certainly we will make sure we're doing right in terms of, if there is a power of attorney on file or following next of kin laws. But ultimately, how I guide caregivers is to ask them to use what we call substituted judgment. And that, sometimes I think it's easy to make decisions about care based on what we want, not necessarily what our loved one would want, who's the patient. I think we all do that. And I think it's okay to name that and validate that's a normal tendency, but we all strive, especially for a patient who doesn't have capacity. If they were in the room having the conversation we're having right now, what do you think they would say? I think, certainly there is a bit of give and take. I think we've come a long way in medicine. I remember learning in medical school kind of this idea of paternalism and being cautious about doctors being too forceful in recommendations. And there was a lot of push to make shared decisions with patients. And I think with experience, I've come to sort of a middle ground that ultimately the patient and their caregivers are the experts in themselves and their values and what matters the most. And we as the clinicians are experts in the medicine. And if I really understand what your values are, then I can make a recommendation based on my expertise of the medicine that's truly tailored to your needs. And so I think it's that marriage of understanding someone's values and then asking for permission sometimes to make a recommendation based in the medicine we know. And I think a lot of times when we use that approach and, really value the voices, but make sure we're centering decisions and doing right by the patient, we usually get there. And sometimes we might do kind of these time limited trials where, there's a little give and take and we try something and then give it a period of time where we reassess, is this working? So I think it's really relationship building and trying to keep the patient's best interest at the center.
Perfect, thank you. And Dr. Parks, there's several questions kind of in the realm of genetics. So can you talk a little bit about the role that genetics plays, and if you find out that you are predisposed to an illness, what sorts of steps you should take?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And I honestly think we're going to know a lot more in future years than kind of where we are now. To be honest, I have a conversation with each individual when I'm deciding, gosh, is genetic testing sort of appropriate or not? Why does that individual want it? So I really try to make it a shared decision with each person that's asking about it. Most of the time it's the family members that are interested in should they get all tested or not. The challenge is the genetic testing it's mostly around Alzheimer's disease and one of the specific alleles that they test for when they do the genetic testing. It just describes sort of risk. And it depends on what that individual is going to do with that knowledge. So when it comes down to it, to be honest, I have not referred too many people for genetic testing for Alzheimer's specifically. But again, it's more of a larger discussion when folks are asking about it. I'd be curious kind of what Danielle thinks about that as well.
I also have not had an experience where I've had someone truly pursue genetic testing. I think genetic testing in general is really interesting, kind of a hot topic in medicine, even beyond the scope of dementia. And I really do think that next question of how does this information inform how you act is really important. I, as a geriatrician, really think about that in terms of utility of tests and the merit of that. And more testing gives us more information, but does that really help me take care of someone better? And so I think genetic testing is an example of that, in that you may get more information that you don't even know what to do with. It's really hard. I mean, I think some of the genetic testing that we do in terms of, things that come to mind are the BRCA gene for breast and ovarian cancer risk. And there's really good algorithms and guidelines that if you know you have this gene, there are things that you can do and take action, whether it be medicines or eventual surgeries that really can reduce your risk of developing cancer and or dying from it. But with dementia, it's so hard because we don't have curative treatments. So for a lot of people, even if that information is given, it just means they know earlier, but they don't necessarily live better or longer. So I think that's where it's really challenging. But I think those discussions are really important, and also in the acknowledgement that that's what family members carry, so I would always invite people to feel they can ask me about it, because if there's any way in which I can lighten the load, that someone's carrying, I think just that conversation can be helpful.
Great, thank you. Here's an audience question that we've gotten this one at every single of these Healthy Aging webinars about diet. So I'll throw this out of the group. What are your thoughts about diet? What should people be eating to keep their mind sharp and that kind of thing?
I can talk about that. During the memory assessments, I try to promote brain health, and I talk to the families and the patient about not only just eating a good healthy diet, such as a Mediterranean diet. It's important also to exercise and have adequate sleep, have a structured routine, and so that's not only just important for the patient, but for the caregivers themselves too, to take care of themselves. I try to promote that as much as possible. Also, stimulating the brain by doing some brain activities such as puzzles. Socializing is so important, and it's been so tough during this pandemic for a lot of our patients, not being able to see or hug their loved ones, but socializing by other means, by video or FaceTime. So as far as diet and promoting brain health, the Mediterranean diet is there's literature to support that is the best one out there to help promote your brain.
Mark, can I just add one thing to that?
Absolutely.
I counsel folks a lot on just what Judy was saying, but just sort of framing it around healthy lifestyle. Rather than a particular diet per se, I talk a lot about just healthy eating in general, kind of things in moderation. This is not specifically about memory folks, but just folks in general. And the importance of physical exercise, kind of exercising the mind and body, just cannot be understated. It's so important. We have a lot of really good literature now around physical exercise and helping in terms of, preventing memory loss, preventing it from getting worse. So that physical component is really almost as important as your dietary intake. if not more so. And really just sticking to a good walking program. I give literally a prescription for how much I want people to walk. And I think that can be very helpful as well.
Great. And Dr. Snyderman, did you have anything to add on?
I just wanted to add another perspective about nutrition in the more advanced stages of dementia and the post-acute and long-term care environment. It's a little bit of a different take. I mean, I can't overstate the value of what Judy and Susan talked about in terms of more preventive, but when I see people, they're really struggling with frailty and sometimes weight loss. And with dementia, as I mentioned, progressive nutritional issues are really something that we anticipate through the natural course of the disease. And part of the education I can provide is that weight loss is expected. And ultimately, in that setting, sometimes we really liberalize diet choices. We allow people to eat for comfort and pleasure, and we really take a focused history, in this case, often from the caregiver, about what the dietary preferences are. We've come a long way in understanding nutritional choices in dementia patients based on the progression of the illness to understand that feeding tubes are not recommended, they're not helpful, and it's really the standard of care is feeding for comfort and, you know, sometimes finger foods and altering textures and, you know, whatever the patient enjoys and gets pleasure from is the diet we should promote. But for people who don't have dementia and are struggling with frailty and having just been in the hospital and sometimes weight loss, we, in the past, for people who have had stricter diets because they have diabetes or cardiovascular issues, sometimes we say, well, for this period of time, our real focus is actually gaining weight, and we are more liberal. And I think that's also, you know, an invitation for humanism. You know, for sometimes for people in the final stages of their lives, they really want to have ice cream for dinner and they might want it for breakfast, and that's okay. And I will just add one other comment about nutritional supplements. Sometimes I'm asked about Ensure and Boost, and, you know, there can be a role for them, but I always caution that it really shouldn't be a meal replacement. And if it's given with a meal, it sometimes becomes a replacement instead of a true supplement. So if I am going to use it, I use it in between meals. There was an article in the New York Times many years ago that talked about, I think the title was Geriatricians Beware. Boost is a liquid candy bar, essentially. So it's not always the most nutritional choice, but it does have a lot of calories. But I would just caution caregivers to not use it instead of meals, but in between meals.
Great. And Dr. Parks, I'll start with you on this question. It's about over-medication or concerns about over-medication. Looks like it's from a caregiver. So if someone they're taking care of is taking all these medications, what do you say to a caregiver about the number of meds they might be taking if they're worried it's too much?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I think I alluded to it earlier that sort of we who practice geriatric medicine, we have really a focus on looking at the medication list that folks are on and really moving towards, you know, is this central to their care and what can we take off? Because we know that when folks are on multiple medications, it's not great usually. The challenge is many chronic diseases do have guidelines and require several medications. So we do it sort of with a fine tooth comb. We sit down with patients, we sit down with their caregivers, and we really go through everything. We used to call it a brown bag visit, where we would have everybody bring all their medicines in a brown bag, because one of the things that we find so commonly is, you know, we'll think folks are on, you know, these medicines and are taking them like this. But when they bring in that brown bag and we're talking through it with the caregiver and patient, we find out there's a lot of discordance there. So we really do try to work at taking medicines off. And, you know, oftentimes I'll laugh if I'm meeting a new patient, I'll say, well, my goal is to take away one of these medicines per visit for our first couple of visits. And, you know, I think that's kind of our motto. So, you know, I don't know if others have anything they want to add to that.
I can add to that. I think this is to echo Sue's comments that for me, being a geriatrician is the biggest invitation to be a humanitarian first and an invitation for humility. And one thing I like to teach learners that I have the pleasure of working with is when somebody comes to my office with a symptom, the first thing I should ask myself is, what have I given this person that could have caused that symptom? And that, I think coming from a place of humility, that a lot of symptoms and challenges and problems in medicine can be from what we've given our patients in the form of medicine. So, this idea of deprescribing, some people call it pharmacologic debridement. There's all different terms. It really does get geriatricians in a room, and we get passionate and fired up about it. I love looking at a medicine list, and ultimately it's, when I review a medicine list, I really want to make sure that the good parts of the medicine outweigh the bad parts, and there's a clear indication for the patient to be on it. And it's, I think you learn a lot about medicine in that way, but it also helps you to strive to be a better person.
Thanks. I'm glad I didn't have to say pharmacological, whatever that was. Judy, here's a question for you, kind of about how to access the program. Someone says if someone was an inpatient, how would they access the Center for Healthy Aging? Would it be a geriatrics consult, or should they get a prescription as an outpatient? How do they access the center?
Sure. For a memory assessment, we ask for a referral. It can be from their primary care provider, or it could be from another specialist. We call the family to schedule the appointment, because like I said earlier, we like to have the family there too, so they can give us their input. I can give you our phone number, Mark, at the end. And I can give you my email address also, so they can contact me directly for an appointment.
We can put that in a follow-up email. That kind of.
Okay.
Mark, if I could just add one little tidbit to that, they had mentioned sort of inpatient. So if it's someone in the hospital, we do have a geriatric consult service as well. So that would be asking the primary team to consult geriatric medicine. And that team can also provide a link to our outpatient practice, just as Judy described.
Great. I think we have time for one more, then we'll go to closing comments. This might be for Dr. Parks. How have trends changed in geriatric care during the time you've been at Jefferson?
That's a great question. So I didn't mention, but I have been at Jefferson 26 years. So certainly, things have changed over time. I think really for those of us that practice geriatric medicine, I would say in a very positive way, in terms of having colleagues across disciplines, really interprofessional care that are delivering this care to patients and families. The sort of model 26 years ago was way more sort of isolated, if you will, and kind of just provider, patient, that sort of stuff. But now we have sort of the collective brains of all these wonderful colleagues that we can really tap into, develop care plans, refer when needed to our specialist colleagues. So I would say it's evolved in that way towards team-based care and really person-centered care. And I think Danielle spoke so well to that we are really privileged to get to know our patients and their families and to really deliver the kind of care that they would want. And I think that has changed over my 26 years here.
Great, thank you. So I think we have time for closing thoughts. We'll give you each about 2 minutes. Judy, I'll ask you to go first. What would you like to leave the audience members with?
Okay, thank you, Mark. I just wanted to thank everyone for attending and getting to know our Center for Healthy Aging a little bit better. As our aging population is rapidly growing, people will depend on care providers to help preserve their sense of identity, their autonomy, and quality of life. And so it's so important. We're here to support you in any way. Please contact us if you would like to have a memory assessment or a geriatric assessment. And we look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Dr. Snyderman, would you like to your closing thoughts?
Sure. So one thing I just wanted to mention, and I don't know how many people on the webinar have loved ones currently residing in long-term care settings, but I really want to acknowledge how COVID has impacted that setting of care and involvement in terms of caregivers being in person, and in this case, not being in person. So, with the shutdowns and with the very long-term care is really a challenging environment in terms of infection control. And I think, there's certainly been a lot of press about long-term care communities that have been hit really hard. And that could be a talk in of itself. There are many factors to that, but, long-term care settings have been really having to be very proactive about essentially shutting the buildings down, and that includes visitation to caregivers in many settings. And I think, we talked about medications that may be unnecessary, but I also want to make the analogy that removing family caregivers from their loved ones' lives is akin to withdrawing life-sustaining medicines. And I just want to acknowledge how hard that must be for family members. Having been a clinician on the inside, I feel so lucky to continue to care for and have that personal in-person time protected with the patients. And it just reminds me of how much we're entrusted as physicians and nurse practitioners and the interprofessional team to care for people in the most vulnerable times in their lives. And I think that's highlighted even more so in the pandemic. Our facility has been really creative about how to keep caregivers involved through, the virtual options through iPads and window visits, and eventually, visits in the building that are structured differently. But it's been really touching to see how removing caregivers from that space can affect patients in terms of isolation and loneliness, and just the value of caregivers in their lives can never be replaced. I was able to go into our facility on Mother's Day because I hadn't been able to see my mother during the pandemic, and my mom used to be a recreational therapist in a nursing facility. And the best way I could think to honor her was to go to my nursing facility and help with the FaceTime visits. And I was able to, hold up, I kind of hid behind the iPad because I didn't really want to get into the medical stuff, to be honest, but I was like holding up the screen and allowing them. And it was just so beautiful. One of my residents with dementia who had just recovered from COVID was able to sing You Are My Sunshine with her daughter on the phone and the back and forth. And it's just really palpable to understand, even through absence, the importance of caregivers.
Thank you for sharing that story, and thank you on behalf of the patients you were able to do that. I know that meant a lot for the family.
Thank you.
Dr. Parks, I'll give you the final word.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mark. And thank you so much, all of you who've been on the webinar. One of the things that has really sort of got me thinking during the whole COVID pandemic is just the importance of us being there for our patients, for their caregivers, really as a source of support, especially during that sort of early stage of things where folks weren't able to come in. The importance of us reaching out to patients and their caregivers, just so they know, we're still here. And really, I'm filled with gratitude for the colleagues that I work with, for my patients and the caregivers. And I think that kind of having gratitude during times like this, it's a really important thing for us all to keep in mind. And I just really wanted to thank all of you again for being part of this. There are other key issues that we weren't even able to get into, such as, how do you provide 24/7 care? And there's other things that, we could really help with. So again, just thank you. We're here for you. And if you're grappling with any of those other issues, we're here to help.
Thank you so much. And I'll say thank you for your entire team. I know this is important work and it's hard work, and it means a lot what you do and that you come from a place of love. So thank you and to all your team. As we close out the program this evening, please know we'll be sharing additional information about Jefferson's Center for Healthy Aging, as well as links you can click on to learn more about the center, as well as the Alzheimer's Association and some of our collaborative support groups. And know that if there's anything anyone here at Jefferson can do for you in this time of need, please reach out to us. Thank you, of course, to all of our benefactors who make what we do possible. Thank you once again for joining us today, and please be sure to be safe and healthy. Look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you.